Do 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 do. Woo, 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 woo. Bow, meow, 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 meow. Okay, let's see if it works. Hopefully, the internet is working. We've been having a little bit of technical difficulties with the internet, but I think it's fixed now. Welcome, travelers. Welcome. Welcome again to another strange and peculiar and awkward episode of these Bible study devotionals that we're attempting to just practice, to do. And we're just going to practice reading aloud, and I guess in the act of practicing, maybe we could plant a seed out there. Maybe we could cast a little line for the Lord. And even if we don't plant a single seed or even catch a single fish, well, I guess maybe we could just practice. And in the act of practicing, for me personally, just like on the bike or drawing or basically anything I do, it seems, I have to fail over and over and over and over again until I learn something. And I think that's how most people are. I wish we could just go into anything that we're doing and just, be like very proficient at things, or we could just memorize things in one take and stuff like that. But many times it takes a lot of practice. So after that, after the Bible study, we're going to hopefully ride our bike, and maybe if we're not too tired, maybe we could draw if the internet doesn't cut out. And hopefully the internet doesn't cut out. So that's what's been going on with this thing, is the internet has been very broken. And I think we got it fixed. There is actually a bandwidth test you can do on OBS, if you guys didn't know. You guys could do a test stream without even streaming, and it's a bandwidth test, and that's what I've been doing. And the internet hasn't been working, but for some reason I think it is working. So welcome. We're just gonna go into a verse. I literally did not even know what I was even gonna get into today. It's just like, that's just kind of how it is some days. But the thing is, I feel like we have the technology, and so what I did before I opened the stream up is I went on this thing called Random Bible Verse from this site right here, dailybibleverses.net. And we went into and found this verse right here that was randomly given to us, and we're going to read a commentary on it, because when I read it, I was like, that sounds like a very strange verse. And it's kind of weird because I actually have done a Bible study on this verse, and it's really odd to even say this, but I will confess I actually don't even remember a single thing I've actually even read on the commentary on this verse. So that's why we're going to look into it again, and hopefully we can learn something. But this one goes in and says, of his own will he beget us, or this is in the KJV, of his own will beget he us with the word of truth, that we should be a kind of first fruits of his creatures. James 1:18. Now I'm wondering, what does everybody think about this verse? What does it mean that we are a kind of first fruits of his creatures, right? That's what I'm kind of wondering. I'm kind of wondering if it has something to do with, maybe like being connected to the vine as in we being grafted into the body of Christ, and that the Father will come and what is it? He prunes us so that we bear more fruit, and maybe hopefully if we were to bear more fruit, maybe we are the creatures that bear the fruits of the Spirit. And and maybe we're going to have to do another study on that too, because I've been really kind of curious on the aspect of how does God even prune us, right? Like, does he really prune every branch in us that doesn't bear any fruit? Because I know a lot of commentary, I do remember things on the commentaries on bearing much fruit for the Lord, and a lot of them go into the fruits of the Spirit, which we've tried to memorize on here, which is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. I think I might have missed one. And that one has taken me a long time to actually even memorize, but I feel like those ones are actually pretty important to memorize for me personally, because the reason why I wanted to start memorizing those ones was because I was like, well, if we're supposed to be bearing a lot of fruit, I'm like, I don't even know what fruits I should even be bearing. And then that's kind of, that's what kind of got me into trying to memorize those verses. But yeah, we're going to look up a commentary now on this verse, and we're just going to read a commentary, because I'm going to be honest. I don't know what else. I'm going to be flat out. I don't know what else to say. I mean, what else? Let me see. Can I think about anything up on this? It says beget us with the word of truth. So maybe when we have the word of the bread of life instilled upon us, maybe we become new creatures. I mean, I think there's some verses that say, the first will be last and the last will be first, or something like that. Or it does kind of also make me think about being a peculiar people. I know some commentaries went into talking about the word peculiar wasn't actually meant to mean strange, but it was actually meant to be set apart, that we are supposed to somehow be different compared to the worldly standards that is set up by I don't know, it's kind of weird to think about. But but on the other side, I actually have heard many sermons, if you type that in, peculiar people, on YouTube and stuff. I actually have heard many pastors go into that sometimes we actually are seen as strange being believers. Sometimes when we go into areas and there's not many believers, sometimes we just are strange people, and sometimes we just kind of stand out, and it's kind of weird. But yeah, we're going to look up a commentary now, and let's practice reading aloud, and hopefully I learned something today, or anybody that listens to this, you guys learned something, because I'm actually just curious, are they going to bring up anything that I even brought up? Because I feel like I totally, man, it's so sad that I've literally looked up commentary. I remember I've done a Bible study on it, but it's probably about maybe a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago that I've done a Bible study on this. It's kind of sad that I don't remember any of that stuff, but I guess that's why we're going to look it up now. So let's look it up right now. So James 1:18 commentary. And let's just look up a commentary up on here, and we'll read an easy one today. We'll read a Got Questions one. So let's read this one on Got Questions. How are we the first fruits of his creatures in James 1:18? What is this going to say in here? In a wonderful presentation of God's continuous, unchanging goodness, James says, every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights, who does not change like shifting shadows. He chooses to give us birth through the word of truth, that we might be a kind of first fruits of all he created. James 1:17 through 18. I guess you know what it is making me think of. It is actually making me think of John 1:1, right? Because it's because you know how they're bringing up that we become like new creatures within the Word, and it is, I guess, kind of making me think about this. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So maybe when we start implanting the Word and the seed of faith within us, maybe we even learn more attributes of, I guess we should learn more attributes of how, God operates and stuff like that, right? I'm thinking about that maybe. Let's keep going. James contrasts the new birth that Christians experience with what is given birth in the previous verses. Desire gives birth to sin, and sin gives birth to death. James 1:15. God, in contrast, gives birth to us, his redeemed, sanctified children. Sin brings forth death, but God brings forth life. And we are the first fruits of his creatures. In James 1:18. Being called first fruits sounds strange to our ears, but to the original readers of James' epistle, Jewish believers, it was quite meaningful. James's audience was familiar with the Feast of the First Fruits in Leviticus 23:9 through 14. On the third day after Passover, the people brought a sheaf of grain to the priest, who would have waved it before the Lord. A burnt offering, a meal offering, and a drink offering were also required at that time. the first fruits was an offering of gratitude, as the first part of the harvest belonged to the Lord. I also think they did something about like the first part of the meats as well. Like they would cut off the fat, and then the fat portions would be set aside for the Lord. Kind of strange. There's also, kind of made me think about that, but let's keep going. How are believers considered first fruits? A couple of ways. First fruits of salvation. The first century believers were the first fruits of a spiritual harvest. They were the first to be saved and be part of the New Testament church. Of course, in calling these early believers the first fruits, James implies that there would be many, many more to come. Indeed, through the centuries, the gospel has circled the globe. Man, it is actually really, really strange. Man, it's so weird just reading that right now. Because it's making me think of, the reason why it's making me think of, you guys type, I'll show you the doc. It's a really crazy documentary. I think it's the Roman History Channel. Let me see if I can find it. Roman History Channel documentary. Which one is it? Let's see. It's this one right here, actually. This exact documentary right here. It's not only this one, there's actually a bunch of other ones that go into... Now, I know this one's called Colosseum, the Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, right? Now, what's actually really strange about Christianity and the Roman Empire is it survived the fall of Rome, and it survived forth the crazy empire being collapsed to brought to utter ruin. And it's so crazy and I have my own hypothesis of why Christianity continued to survive on, and I actually think it had a big reason to do with there's so many mentionings of prophets and characters in the scriptures that lived out in the wilderness, or that went out and were poor and almost in a vagrant sense, and they survived in these very downtrodden states of humanity. And I honestly think that's what gave a lot of early Christians resilience to keep going, even if your total empire collapsed, even if you were set out into the wilderness or something like that. It gave you hope to not give up, right? Because I think the scripture story would be way different if it was like, oh, everybody needs to be super wealthy or something like that in order to survive and stuff like this. It would be much different, right? And what's also strange about a lot of these documentaries is that the first Christians... It was actually very strange, right? Because it was almost like they didn't fight the Romans, right? It was almost like they didn't go in there with just hordes of Christians with swords and killing everybody and just, starting all this stuff. It's actually really crazy. It was actually the opposite way. And a lot of the early Christians were actually martyrs for the faith. And actually this guy right here, I forgot who this guy is. This actually, I guess maybe you guys could just watch the documentary. But this guy was actually a martyr, and it actually changed the view scope of Christianity in the Roman Empire, because during this, all of what was going on is that the Romans would actually martyr and kill these Christians. They wanted these Christians to fight back. Imagine that. Imagine you being tortured. And these people at the top actually want you to fight. They want you to fight because they're going to throw you in the Colosseum. And they're going to throw you into this. And this is the weird thing about Christianity in the beginning, right? Well, I guess maybe not fully in the beginning, but I guess maybe in the time period of the Roman Empire and in the time period of the Colosseum, right? Is that they would throw these Christians in here, right? And wanting them to fight back, wanting them to do this. And what was so weird is that they would become martyrs for the faith. And all these people were watching it. Imagine you being in the Colosseum where there were just gnarly gladiator battles. Thousands upon thousands of people all watching you, watching your every single move. And you're not even fighting back. And you just sacrificed yourself for the faith. You know what started happening? The very opposite thing started happening in the Roman society. All these people started seeing these Christians going, wow, these people aren't even fighting back. These people are still even trying to love their enemies, even in the midst of the Roman authority trying to kill these people. And that was a big turning point in Christianity, because a lot of people started going, wow, these people are ready to die for the faith. They are ready to sacrifice themselves for the faith. And it's crazy because there's a lot of documentaries on this, right? Now, I will say it does get a little kind of controversial in, I guess, in modern society right now, because I know loving our enemies and treating our neighbor as ourselves can be a little bit hard right now. And I honestly think in my own doing all these studies on this stuff, I actually think a great deal has to do with the scales of justice right now, right? It's like the scales of, well, what happens if we have to potentially kill the enemy, even though we need to love our enemy? Sometimes there might be situations where we actually have to kill our enemy to save a whole bunch of other people because they have maybe weapons of mass destruction or something like that, right? I'm not the grand arbiter of the one to say, I'm not the grand arbiter to hold the justice scales. All I'm saying is that back in the day, back when, I guess, Christianity was emerging in Rome, it was very strange because there's not many mentionings of them just rising up. We're gonna take down the authorities and all this stuff. It's very strange, right? It's almost like and it's like from their love, it's almost like it actually changed the viewpoint from a lot of people, and it was actually very, very interesting to me. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going. The reason why that it kind of made me think about that is because this kind of goes into it. There's actually a lot of not commentaries, a lot of documentaries that go into how Christianity was just growing in the underground of Christianity, right? There's a lot of secret, almost like symbolism. Even when we go into thinking, when you see that symbol, it's like the symbol like this. It's like that one, and then it's like the fish. The fish, I mean, you draw it right now. It's actually kind of crazy, right? It's like, so the thing about the fish symbol is that in the beginning when Christianity was started, it was actually a secret symbol, right? And imagine if this was a staff, right? If we're walking around, and let's see if I can show a little example up in here. Imagine if there were two believers, right? Two believers walking around like, in the back streets and stuff like this. The thing is that there was a secret symbol because the Romans were killing the Christians. They were killing people. It's like, what are you going to do? Are you going to go fight back at them? Or, what are you going to do? And so what one of them would do is they would make one sign like that, and then the other one would be like that. And what it would look like is that one person would go like, one believer would go like this, and then the other believer, let's see if I did it right. The other believer, so they would make a mark on the ground like that, right? And then the other believer would go like this. I kind of did it a little bit. Okay, it should be a little bit more like that, but you get the picture, right? It's like kind of, they would do this little symbol, and this was a hidden symbol. It was a hidden kind of being like, oh, well, this guy is a believer, this guy. And now I'm wondering if the fish had any sort of deeper connotations. I actually have not really done too deep of a study on it. I'm wondering if this has maybe any representations of maybe Matthew 4:19 on when we follow the Lord Jesus Christ, he wants to make us fishers of men. It's kind of strange, right? It's actually very odd. Yeah, keep going back, and I'm kind of wondering if because it's weird because this commentary is like kind of bringing up things about the believers in the beginning, and I'm kind of wondering if we could learn something from that, right? Let's just read that again. It's so crazy when I read this, and that's just what it made me think of. Of course, in the calling these early believers, the first fruits, James implies that there would be many, many more to come. Indeed, through the centuries, the gospel has circled the globe, and people have continued to be saved, right? And it's strange, right? Because, man, it's so weird. I honestly think, like, this is the strange resilience of God's word, is that even if empire, dude, it's so, I know I can't put it to justice how crazy it is. Imagine the height of the Roman Empire, the grand scale of the Roman Empire, and that just collapsed, dude. What was crazy is that civilization was one of the only civilizations to have running clean water from aqueducts. And to have that, if it's actually so strange, it was almost like society actually went back after the Roman Empire fell. It's actually very interesting. We go into the medieval time, aqueducts weren't getting created. You know why? Because they didn't have the Roman concrete. They weren't by the quarries and stuff like this, right? It's so interesting to think, man, Christianity survived the fall of the Roman Empire. And there's actually a lot of other religions, a lot of these other gods that the Romans used to worship. And now it's like, do you even hear that every day? It's like, are people even devoting themselves like that? It's so insane, right? It's like, it's actually really crazy. And I don't do it justice of how, if you study these documentaries, you're like, wow, dude, this is a trip, dude. Like, there's this one guy up in here. His name's, I just showed a bunch of them. But if you type in Told in Stone on YouTube, he has a lot of interesting, like Christian lore and Roman history lore. And it's very, very, very intriguing to me because it's, I don't know. It just makes me think about, man, that stuff was like spreading in Rome at the time. And it's very odd. Let's keep going. What is it going to say? What did I just lost my place. Okay, here we go. And people have continued to be saved. One historian estimates that at the end of the first century, there were not even 1,000 Christians in the world. Wow. Let me read that again. One historian estimates that at the end of the first century, there were not even 10. I said 1,000. Not even 10,000 Christians in the world. Man, that is a trip, huh? And that was from The First 1,000 Years, A Global History of Christianity from Yale University, 2012, page 65, in 2015. In 2015, according to the Pew Research, there were 2.3 billion people in the world who identified as Christians. From Pew Research, the harvest continues to grow. We'll continue. First fruits of the new creation. Believers are new creations in Christ. Ephesians 4:24. When God saves us and gives us eternal life, he cancels out the curse of sin in our lives. That change in the believer is the bellwether of bigger change coming, because God will one day cancel out the curse of sin of all creation, restoring nature to its former glory. The creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. For the creation was subjected to frustration, not by its own choice, but by the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be liberated from its bondage to decay and brought into freedom and glory of the children of God. We know that the whole creation has been groaning as in the pains of childbirth, right up to the present time. Not only so, but we ourselves have the first fruits of the Spirit. We groan inwardly as we await eagerly for the adoption of the sonship, the redemption of our bodies. In Romans 8:19 through 23. So I guess they're bringing up the first fruits of the Spirit. So I think this is the last paragraph. In summary, the Father who gives continual stream of good gifts began to do something completely new and wonderful through his Son and his Spirit. Namely, he gave birth to the church. The early church, although small in number and despised by the world, was the precursor to something much bigger, a worldwide harvest of people who follow the Lord and the beginning of God's total restoration of the universe. In Revelations 21:5, Jesus says, I am making everything new. And he started with the first fruits of the church. Man, that trips me out. That was it's so weird, man. It's kind of strange that they didn't really go. I'm going to be honest. I feel like I actually got everything wrong. So if you guys listen to this Bible, remember what I said in the beginning. Well, I mean, maybe I didn't get it wrong. I feel like this commentary didn't bring up a single thing that I mentioned in the beginning of this. So maybe, and it's sad that I've done a study on it. I don't even remember any of that stuff, right? But it really just puts into my mind, how much do I even remember? Why can I read something and do these studies, but then I'm like, okay, I'm going to remember, I want to remember this. Why am I not remembering it, right? I don't know, right? It's odd, and it really makes me wonder, how much do I even retain when I read something? It's like, right? And it's like, it's just so weird. I wish I could just memorize everything, but it's like, man, it like takes me like, and almost honestly just like makes me feel like it's like flatland BMX or like or just learning anything in general. And that doesn't have to be flatland BMX, but it's like, I feel like if I don't do something, like I just cannot get it into like the muscle memory, right? And I feel like there's like this weird, I'm wondering if there's a connection with memorizing something and then also muscle memory, right? Because I feel like there's this point when you get something into your muscle memory where it's just second nature. It's almost like you don't have to really struggle. You're like not struggling, like getting confused. You're like, boom, it's just right in your mind right there, right? I don't know, it's odd, but let's read one more commentary. Let's read James 1:18 on BibleRef. Let's see what this one is going to say. And I am curious if they're going to bring up something different. Or maybe we should read some, we already brought this up. Let's just read this one. Oh, Voice of Levi. What's up, bro? What up, dude? What's up, dude? Bro, I see your YouTube videos, bro. I hope you keep it up, man. That is really cool that you're doing it. No, you were getting it right. The new creation of the Lord is speaking of its people who bear the fruit of the Spirit, righteous, truthfulness, selfishness, and love and so forth. That's what stuff means. What up? I also want to say, because I think if people were to re-listen to this Bible study, I do want to say what is a little confusing, and I want to say I don't know too much on it, but I have heard about it a lot. We need to make a big distinction of the early Christians in the beginning, right? When Nero was throwing them in the Colosseum and there was gladiator battles, it was insane, right? We need to make a distinction that there was this underground sect of Christianity emerging in the empire that the Romans did not like. This is why they were killing the Christians, right? And we need to make a distinction that there was that period of Christianity, but also towards the, I wouldn't say towards the end of the Roman Empire. I don't know the time frame. It might have been 100 years, it might have been 50 years, but then there was this era of Constantine. So there was this weird era of Constantine's Christianity, and I know that was kind of odd because Constantine was, from my understanding, he was actually a military general for the Roman Empire, right? And if memory serves me right, I think there was a civil war in Rome. And Constantine got a vision, he says he got a vision from God, and he saw a cross in the sky or something like that. And so he like converted he was going for Christian. And it was really weird, right? Because I know there's some controversy of being like, oh, well, Constantine, I don't know. I don't know too much about it, but we need to make a distinction that the first era Christians, they were kind of like, it was really brutal in the Roman Empire, right? It wasn't like the Constantine sect of stuff. But anyways, keep reading this. I just want to lay that out there because I do know some people get a little confused on that, right? I got confused. I almost thought all of that was in the same era, but there was actually a lot of time frame from the early Christians to like when Constantine kind of started doing stuff. But very, very interesting nonetheless, because I have heard a lot of controversies within that, but also I have heard some believers say that what would have happened to Christianity if, Constantine never really even, it's very interesting, but let's keep going now. What is this going to say? James 1:18, which these ones are very easy to read too, the Bible ref ones. In the previous verses, James urged Christians to tell themselves the truth about who God is. He cares for them, especially when the trials come. God is the giver of every good things in our lives. He is the unchanging source of any good we have ever had, have now, or will ever experience in the future. Now James completes that thought with an example of one of God's greatest good gifts to us. God gave us new life in Christ. I mean, man, I honestly feel like if in the most simplest terms, I kind of feel like that's what it's making me think of, right? And you could just see, and you know what's so crazy to me? God gave us new life in Christ. You know what trips me out is that people 1,000 years their lives were getting changed, and you can hear it from the testimonies even today. You know, isn't that crazy, man? It's like, dude, God's word is very, very powerful, especially once we start to really try to get the bread of life in us, right? Because many times the thing is, we could say we're believers and stuff, like it is good to believe, right? But I think there's this level of when you really try to apply God's word into your life, I think that's when the fruits really start kind of showing forth. Let's keep going. That's another weird thing, even thinking about that. It's weird thinking about fruits, right? It's actually interesting. I think, Levi, you said something about, I don't know if you're still here, but I think you did say something about how can you tell the fruits of a believer, right? Because it is weird because, in James, it's kind of weird that we're doing a Bible study on James. There is that strange verse that says, even the demons believe. It's like, even the demons believe and shudder, right? And, how crazy would it be if you stuck a demon compared to, somebody? It's like, could you even tell the difference between? There should be some sort of fruit that we could somehow even observe, even if it's just even a little fruit of the Spirit or something like that. There needs to be, I think there has to be something a little bit different, right? Yep, true. Voice of Levi say, true, people were stuck spiritually much like they are today. These times are usually when God acts. Okay, let's continue onward. That's an essential truth, but also something easy to take for granted. It's a necessary thought to hold on to in the middle of trials. Specifically, God brought us forth or gave us birth by his own will. He wanted to. God has cared about us from the beginning. James writes that God gave us birth by the word of truth. Maybe James uses the word of truth to refer to Christ as the means by which he saved us. He may also be referring to God's act of creation, bringing us to life as he brought the world to life with a word. Oh, dude, that's so funny. I just brought up John 1:1. It's so funny because the other commentary didn't bring that up, right? It's so weird, right? I find it very interesting when we read these multiple commentaries or you just listen to many sermons. What are the differences? Or what are the things that one believer brings up and another one doesn't bring up, right? That's one that definitely stood out to me right there. In either case, we Christians are the first fruits of his creation, likely meaning we have standing above all the rest of what he has made. And it's another thing, I don't know if they're going to go into this. It's actually very interesting thinking about the first fruits, right? It's weird because we just, the last commentary we went into, they went into the early Christians, right? The early, but it's actually interesting. I actually think this is still going on now. Like, I think maybe the first fruits, no matter what century, if we were even to go back 1,000 years from now, they're the first fruits. But even now, if we get saved from God's word, if we really put it into action and stuff like that, we become first fruits too. It's like, it's interesting to think about all the first fruits and all of these different historical, eras and stuff like that. Man, this is a very little commentary. This is the last paragraph. What more evidence do we need that our God is good and loving and powerful and faithful to us? No matter how dark our circumstances in the moment, nothing can change the enormous good gift that God has given to us in Christ. Now, it's actually interesting, so I do, from my observations right now after reading this, what's different about this commentary on BibleRef is they kind of went into trials. The other commentary didn't even go into trials, right? It's kind of odd to think about that, but that is another one, thinking about when trials do come our way, God actually does give. There is an immense strength that we get. Strength, comfort, resilience, endurance, when trials do come our way. And I honestly think this is actually another reason why Christianity has survived for thousands of years, is because, man, like, even if you are thrown out in the wilderness, even if we lose everything, imagine if we lose everything. Well, hopefully we'd find some believers out there. Hopefully our hope wouldn't just wither away. And I honestly think there is great understanding and there is great wisdom and also great healing in going to the downtrodden, in seeing the poorest of the poor, because we're called to, when we think about the least of these, right, in Matthew 25, that, when we're helping the least of these, potentially we could be helping the Lord himself, right? Now, I think there is something healing in, I was actually thinking about it last night. There's something very, very healing to go into the downtrodden, even though it might be scary, even though you might see a lot of drug addicts, you might see heroin use and meth heads going crazy, or just homeless people, but there's something actually, what I've been noticing is that there's this comfort in knowing it's almost like you are not in that position, And many people want to stay away from that. Many people, they want to ignore the downtrodden. They want to ignore the least of these. But what I've been noticing is kind of the more you start helping them out, you start going, wow. You become more thankful. We become more thankful of the things that we have right now, because we're like, man, well, I was mad today. I was frustrated today. I was even depressed today. But I'm looking at this meth head over here, and this guy doesn't have anything. He's going crazy. It's like, everything could be worse, right? And there's this thankfulness and a sense of gratitude you actually get. I actually think when we help the downtrodden and we go to them, it actually brings us healing. And I honestly think that's something it's something that's kind of weird to talk about, because many times when we talk about that stuff, it's like very negative. It's very like, oh, well, this is why there's a lot of homeless people. This is why there's a lot of this, right? But I actually think there's great healing in that kind of stuff, right? And because imagine if you were just to see the rich of the rich, and you're like, oh, I want to just be super rich. I want to be a billionaire. I want to just, and you're like, I'm going to ignore all of these people that are below me, ignore the homeless, ignore all this stuff. Bro, I feel like you would just live in a constant state of envy, in a constant state of just comparisons, in a constant state of coveting, honestly. Which I honestly think coveting is one of the hardest sins to heal. Because coveting just goes into so many facets of our society right now, right? Because we do live in a society where these companies want you to buy things. Buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. Well, how do you get people to buy all this stuff? Unfortunately, sometimes we have these companies make people covet. Literally, they almost make people covet for you to want to buy these things that you might not even need, right? It's actually kind of crazy, but that's kind of besides the point. But it's kind of weird. I don't even know why I even started bringing that up, but it's kind of interesting to think about that. Anyway, maybe we can read one more commentary. Man, it's crazy. This Bible study is actually super quick. Let me read one more. Let's read one more little commentary on this one. If I can find a little commentary. Let's see if we can find a little commentary. We only read, holy moly, this is that's a pretty long commentary. Man, these commentaries are long. Wow. This is a very interesting verse. Dude, look at how long this commentary is. What in the world? It's like 5 commentaries in one. No way, dude. That commentary was humongous. And I guess this is a pretty gnarly verse. All these are pretty long. It's crazy when you find the commentaries and it's just like they just give you like a couple sentences. This is definitely one that's not like that. Yeah, I think we're going to call it a day right there. You guys, if you guys want, there's a lot of lore with this verse right here. And it's so sad for me to even think that, man, I'd even like, it's so interesting, right? It really like makes me like baffled sometimes. I'm like, bro, these guys like put so much thought into some of these verses, right? And I'm like, wow, it's so crazy, right? Anyway, I guess that's the Bible study. Where we learn, everybody. Another thing they didn't bring up about being the first fruits is they didn't really go into being like peculiar, so or like standing out, and because I think sometimes if you are a first fruit, maybe you might be a little weird, maybe you might be a little bit different than maybe not a little bit different. You might be completely you might just be some person that just stands out from the pack. Just like just like it might feel really, really strange to be in your shoes or something like that, right? But maybe God has you there for a reason. Maybe God wants you to stand out from the world or something like that, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. But now, how God does that, I think that's different for every believer. But I think if we just continue to just try and acknowledge Him, He'll try to do that. All right, we're gonna do a card draw. Basically, the only game I've been playing. The thing is I was gonna try and play maybe some offline games on the computer, because I was like, man, if I can't use the internet, I can't stream games with the internet and stuff like that, maybe I should do like some offline games. But then what started happening, man, is I'm like, dude, I need to draw, man. I feel like I'm in this weird position where it's like, when I start playing a lot of video games, it's almost like I don't want to draw. It's weird. It's almost like I want to either I could put my time into drawing, or I could put my time into playing video games, right? I just feel like I'm a little bit more fruitful I'm not saying it's not fruitful to do that. I just feel like just in this season that I'm in, I just feel like I probably should be trying to draw and stuff like that, because for some reason, here's the weird thing about the drawings, because when I do post these Bible studies like on certain like Christian forums and stuff like this, and the thing is, if I just post this without the drawing, nobody sees it. It's like people don't even like it and stuff like that, right? And it's so weird, because when I put the little drawing in there, it's just like, it like just, I don't know, like, I don't know if it's people's attention spans. I honestly think that might be something. I think there's so much like content on the internet right now that I think that people's attention spans, because we're just seeing a flood of information, right? That sometimes if you don't like kind of like grasp somebody's attention, like kind of in the beginning, it's like they don't even want to like listen to you or something like that, which is actually so sad. It's very, very sad. I wish it was not like that, but unfortunately that's kind of where our technology is at right now. It's almost just like instant gratification, unfortunately. But okay, let's do a card draw though. Let's see what we draw. I want to see some artwork. Speaking of Rome, there is actually this game I know actually put on the soundtrack a lot. I think maybe this had something to do with my a deeper resonant. And I will say, I don't play this game, and the thing, I used to play this game a lot, but it's actually called Age of Empires, right? There's actually it's actually interesting. There's actually a lot of like historical lore, history and stuff like this within this game, especially with like the Roman Empire and stuff like that. It's very interesting, actually. Yeah, just look at that, man. Look at that. That looks crazy, huh? Craziness. Let's do a card draw up in here. Let's see what artwork we draw. First card of the day. Oh, Peacekeeper. Interesting. Peacekeeper. I think there's a verse that says we're to seek peace. That's why I put it in there. Also, Peacemaker. What's that verse that says seek peace or something like that? It's actually mentioned twice. Seek peace, Bible verses. It's this verse right here. Where is it? Oh wait, it's Psalms 34:14. Turn away from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. And it's kind of crazy because we did a big Bible study on peace, right? I mean, what I've learned from the Bible studies is that we need to be aware. Where is peace? Where is loving our enemies? Where is love at? Where is wanting to promote peace? Like, we need to be aware of where these things are at, right? That's what some of the commentaries went into, though. But it is kind of I guess it's kind of controversial. And I know the thing is, sometimes maybe you might be in a position where, how would I phrase this? Maybe you might be in a position where you kind of do have to hold the scales of I don't know what I would say, the scales of justice or something like that. I'm going to be honest, I don't want to be in one of those positions to where I'm like, oh, well, I need to battle all these people in order to promote peace or something like that. I hopefully wouldn't want to be in a position like that, but it is something to think about. Because I feel like it's not just this one simple answer. Maybe it is a simple answer. There's actually I'm going to be honest, everybody. There is a giant rabbit hole on loving our enemies. It's actually insane. I didn't actually realize this, but if you actually go into like looking up loving our enemies and treating your neighbor as yourself, there is this ginormous rabbit hole of like, you know, all these people and pastors and believers and non-believers that say, well, sometimes it's okay to kill our enemies. Sometimes it's okay to not love our enemies. Sometimes we need to do this stuff. And like there's this weird, it's almost like people don't want to say that and they want to kind of say it a different way. And I don't know. I'm in the middle of it all. I don't know. It's too complex for me, honestly. I'm not the one to I'm not the grand arbiter of all that stuff, right? I will say just be careful if you guys are going to get into doing a study on peacemakers, loving your enemies, treating your neighbor as yourself. Holy moly, dude. Those Bible studies I feel like are some of the hardest Bible studies because like it's just like, man, it's just such a difficult question. I don't know. It should be simple, right? But it's really actually not, especially with our weaponry right now. And it almost seems like the more advanced technology that we get with weapons, the more that the more that loving our enemies and treating our neighbors as ourselves, it becomes harder and harder and harder and harder, it seems, unfortunately. I would like to hope that maybe in the future technology would get to the point where maybe there would be a turning point of loving our enemy. And maybe we don't have to use these weapons in order to kill each other. Maybe we could seek peace. Maybe we could promote being a peacemaker. But I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry for confusing anybody. Oh my goodness, we got another peace card, dude. Dude, this is so weird. Will, scion of peace. That's actually really crazy. I straight up shuffled all these cards up in here. Scion of Peace. I ordered this one. What does this one say? I think this one has an interesting flavor text. This one does have an interesting flavor text. This is not a Bible verse, by the way. It says, "It's easy to cry for glory and charge for those who disagree with you, but it takes finesse to turn enemies into allies rather than corpses." Dude, it sounds ridiculous, but man, it sounds so ridiculous. It's just like, it's almost like, and this is one of the controversial questions, right? Because we're called to make disciples of all nations, right? It's part of the Great Commission, right? But it's like, man, it's like, and this is why some believers are like, well, we shouldn't be trying to kill our enemies and stuff like this. But I don't know, man. It's too big of an issue. I'm not even going to talk about it. If you guys want to go down a rabbit hole, that is definitely a very gnarly rabbit hole to cover. And there's like believers on both sides. It's kind of crazy. Actually, there's believers on all sorts of different sides of it all. All right, number 3, renewed faith. I like that one. Renewed faith. Interesting draws today. Number 4, ooh, shepherd of the lost. Man. Dude, it's so crazy even drawing this card, bro. It even just makes me think about the lost sheep. Who are the lost sheep? And it, man, it's so crazy, man. It's shepherd of the lost, dude. It's like, man, it's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tree folk umbra. That was cool. Tree folk umbra. Man, we are drawing some amazing artwork cards. Not only just amazing artwork, but also just like, man, they just make me think about a lot of verses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The plains. I might do this as an Instagram one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, number 7. Ooh, Aegis Angel. I traded my friend's brother for this card. Now I think that's actually a dove. These little birds right here. I think that, I know I've looked it up before. I think some people, or some believers hypothesize that the dove is a symbol of the Holy Spirit or something like that, which I think there's some verse or something that says something like that. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to do a card draw thing on my Instagram, because I haven't done one in a while. Okay, let's see here. How am I going to do this? Let's just do it like this. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork. Today we drew Peacekeeper, Will, Sign of Peace. That's actually really peculiar. We got 2 peace cards right there. Renewed Faith, Shepherd of the Lost, Treefolk Umbra, Plains, Aegis Angel, which I traded my friend's brother for this card. Thanks for that, bro. And for the last card of the day, we drew Wood Elves. The Wood Elves. Now these cards are very interesting up in here. We got 2 peace cards. We got Peacekeeper, and we got Will, Sign of Peace. We got Renewed Faith, and then Shepherd of the Lost. Anyway, everybody, hope you guys have a good one. Try your best and have fun. Farewell. And to make a little thing like that. Boom. This is actually the last one too. It's kind of strange. This is almost like a peace card too right here. Wood Elves. Just because of the flavor text, by the way. It says, secure in the embrace of wood. They want no part of Eladrami's war. But then also, I mean, then here's the other thing, just thinking about it, some of the other controversial, some people say, well, if you want peace, then, you know, the whole thing that people say, if you want peace, then prepare for war. It's actually just strange, but it's like, I don't know if everybody agrees with that, but I don't know, man. It's too controversial, I don't know. I'm not the one to, it's too deep for me right now in my own thought processes. I just, you know, I just think just treat your neighbors yourself, and I don't know if you want to, I guess you want to kill people, and just, I guess, be prepared to be killed in return or something. I don't know, right? In the very same way that you would do that to other things. I don't know, everybody. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's see here. I guess we can make a little Twitter post too. Let's do it. And it seems like the internet actually is working. I'm pretty stoked. It has been working. We'll do a little Twitter post thing, I guess. Do we have a new drawing up in here? Let's see. I don't think I did. Maybe I shouldn't post anything then. Yeah, I didn't have a new drawing in a while. I'm gonna have to use an old drawing then. It's okay. Let's see here. I guess we'll do this one. We'll do the lion today. For some reason not working. Come on. Come on now. There we go. Oh, it's not working. It's weird. I'm trying to add it right here and it's not letting me. Okay, here we go. Drawing from many moons ago, inspired by Proverbs 28:1 on being bold as lions. Live right now if anyone wants to ask questions or share verses. And then we're going to go to the stream and we're going to copy the link. Okay, we're going to copy this link right here from this very stream. And push it right up in here, boom. Then we're going to do a period, period, and then we're going to go into our hashtags. So then we're going to go into our hashtags that we have saved. We're going to go down into our art. And for some reason I have so many hashtags on here, it like gets messed up sometimes. I don't know why. And we're going to copy these ones right here. I can't put them all in there. Those are all the hashtags we're using. Bible, Christian, Bible verse, God, Jesus, faith, hope, verse, drawing, sketch, anime, art, artist, illustration. Probably not even illustration, maybe just even like that. Paste. Is that gonna, I might have to, oh, and it'll actually work. Let's do hashtag lion. Boom, perfect. And that's this quick little post thing that we did. And so hopefully if somebody clicks this little link right there, maybe they would find a Bible study, you know, and maybe you can plant a little seed. All right, everybody, we're gonna ride our bike now. And my leg's asleep. I should have not, I think I put this on too tight. Okay, oh yeah, I can put the BMX video on. We'll do that. Exit. Let's go to our playlist. We'll go to that stream. Turn that down. We're going to push this to 360p. It's going to be a very little video. We'll do shuffle playlist. We'll push this down. Let's do 1 control minus to make it smaller. Let's put up in our BMX video. Do our image slideshow on this side. Yeah, I think we're going to be good. And we're going to ride our bike now. And let's learn hitchhikers. Some music on. I'm wondering if my stream's at 1080p. Alrighty. Alright, let's change this. Let's see if anybody's in BMX Streets. There's one viewer in BMX Streets. There's one viewer in there. Let's see if we can land a hitchhiker today. That is the goal. And I need to tighten the seat post of the seat. $2. I did kind of learn a new ride for the stick beat. But yeah, I was going to learn hitchhiking this way. Good, huh? We'll listen to this again. That was really good. Do I even have that song saved? Dude, that is a good song right there. Wow. That was a new song. What a dope song, I like it. I'm gonna put this one in edit, actually. Practicing now. We're wearing it to the helper. It's at 7:20 still. Messing up. This will change it.
website right now. You've got to make sure you're covered.
Sounds awesome. That was the first one I ever landed. First hitchhiker, bro. Can't believe it. I know it was a sketchy one, but it's sick. Let's just keep doing them. The song's gonna end pretty soon here. This writer's amazing, by the way. Super underrated. Too slow, I think. I did the work too slow, not going slow. good song too. Yeah, dude, that song's good. Oh, legit song. Pretty good song. That's weird that it's on this playlist.
Progress. Moving in a positive direction.
pretty good songs in that playlist. Let's go into goth. We're getting gothic.
delicious treat on a stick. Made up of a fluffy-licious marshmallow pillow. Covered.
Brutal. That was the worst hitchhiker fall I've had. Well, I got caught up on my bike or something. I don't even know what happened. I got tangled or something. I do kind of want to see. Let's do just a tornado kickflip. Crank flip. Double ET to double crank flip.
With Rose's Blackfin's Black Card, 2 chest tags along for free. Now these besties are the best hatchet tossers in town. set up for the honest man to succeed. America's a hustle.
Hey Judah, what the hell is this? It was sort of so much, but get my eye. How do they do that no footer? How does George DeSantis do that? Oh, I've never done that before. Dude, that's a George DeSantis trick right there. Dude, that's how he does it. You have to like lean back. Alright, George DeSantis line right here.
Barry made it to the house last night. Amazing.
Pink sweatshirt. Oh yeah, that's a new combo. There's another combo. I can't just. I've been learning this one to turn on steamroller. Let's see here. You say each of us needs to set a goal. Each of us needs to set a goal. If we fail, we will suffer the consequence of being judged by other men in our group and knowingly let them down. Goals force us to build and refine our skills in order to hit them, to set markers for ourselves to gauge progress. If we don't set goals, we often are left drifting in search for novelty. We look for novelty in games, shows, books, and the next self-improvement, and shiny objects we can buy. The search for novelty eventually becomes a habit that is very difficult to break. Completing a goal is a huge win. It gives us confidence and purpose. What is Jackie Valentine talking about? Man, this chick is a fireball, dude. Not a fireball, but she just has some zeal. Your name should just be Zeal. Holy shit, bunga. Darn, it's all windy. emotes are hilarious. What the? Let's see if anybody's in the BMX category. Let's see here. Man, nobody plays BMX Streets anymore. It's weird. Why doesn't anybody play BMX Streets anymore? There's one person in there. That's been like the first person in a long time. I need to charge this phone up. We've been watching this for a long time, huh? It's freaking empathy. Empathy for insects is up on here. Be practicing the ride out for the hitchhiker. Oh yeah, that's why we were trying to learn half-packers too. This reminds me of explosions in the sky. That's a pretty new song. Song's like slow. It's like his slowest song that he's made. No, I don't like that one.
With so many choices across the U.S., find Chicago
So many commercials.
Cardinals fans could love. This guy again. Pops. Hey, son, you got a little something on your face. You need a quick shave?
Let's see if we can land another hitchhiker. Okay. I need to lean more, a little bit more forward.
kind of like a combo. I did one correction off the. We're getting there a little bit. Slowly but surely. We need a new song. Maybe we need a new genre of music. We do multi-whip. You landed 2 sketchy hitchhikers.
we get chicken tail? I don't know how they do that trick. How in the world are they doing that thing? It's so hard to balance, I don't know why. There we go. Dude, that's gonna open up so many combos. I feel like actually you could do a track stand. Let's see if we can do that. Track stand.
hot dog. Thanks, dude. Just grinding right now, huh? I landed a couple sketchy ones today. The landing's hard. Like, I can't. The landing and the balancing's hard on this trick for some reason. Oh, so close. The landing, what's hard about the landing is like if you make a little jerk, it like, you can't land it. You gotta be like super just smooth. You just gotta like go like this. You have to just do this smooth. That's what's hard about it. Because like there's so many angles, and you can also angle this. Did your parents just yell at you, telling you go right? I was kind of the opposite. I was kind of like, I was outside too much. I got in trouble. I had to go on probation. I actually had to I was like forced inside. That's the end of it. What's up, Huck? Bro. It's kind of funny that, dude, the two BMX riders, bro. I ride, bro. So this guy right here, Huck, actually not guy. This kid. We got a Huffy rider up in here. Shout outs to Huck Karinsky. We got a shredder up in here. Everybody go give Huck a follow. Go check him out on Instagram. He's an amazing rider. Woodward hooks him up. Huffy hooks him up. Go check him out. Bro, Huck, you do like all the tricks that I'm bad at. How you doing, Huck? Are you on a titanium bike? You getting up on that titanium? So close to landing it. Wow. Aluminum prototype Huffy? Interesting. Aluminum's really light. Do they still make race frames out of aluminum? I think they do, right? That's really cool. Especially for the 16, because I feel like that's actually a good, I honestly feel like since the 16 inches are so little, I think actually making them out of aluminum might actually work. Yeah, Huffy's back in the game. Who's the X Games rider? There's a recent X Games rider. I forgot his name. He just got put on Huffy. Oh, let's see here. I'm getting a 18 soon, though. They're building me one. They just launched race frames online. Oh, yeah, Nick Bruce, yeah. Yeah, Nick Bruce. What are you up to? What tricks are you learning, Huck? What tricks you got up in there, Huck? You should learn inverts, bro. I know you air a lot. I feel like inverts. Are you goofy-footed? I mean, one trick I always wanted to learn was, like, I think it's what, like this to like look back. Man, if I could do that. So it's a switch air, right? So it's like that Mikey Aiken. Mikey Aiken used to do them, right? But you go switch air. You switch air
invert to look back into the quarter. My buddy had a Huffy M12. I thought that was the last real bike Huffy made. Man, double backflips. Are your parents gonna get you one of those? What is it called? You know when you like pump it up? Some of my friends are getting into that. It's like the kicker, and then you have like the compressor, and it's like the airbag jumps. Man, flares are gnarly. You doing all the tricks that I can't do. All damn tricks I cannot do. I did learn a new ride in. I made this one smoother. Now I don't have to endo into this one. You just lift up. Pretty fun. Yeah, how old are you, Huck? Aren't you like 8? Aren't you like 12 or something? 10? I don't know how old you are. You've been checking out the Japanese riders? Those kids are getting crazy now, dude. It's because, like, I feel like once the Olympics hit Japan for BMX, dude, Japan started making all sorts of skate parks. And the thing is like, Japan went, like, Olympic level skate parks. So, like, there's a ton of, like, new skate parks in Japan that are, like, Olympic level quality. Pretty crazy. What about this one? This one's like I didn't land it today, but it's like a crazy double ET, double crank flip.
We usually did it.
That was it. That was kind of funny. That was like old crank flip line. Yeah, there's that. I wish there was more BMX riders on Twitch, but it's like every time I join up on here, there's like not that many, but it's okay. They have to be out there. Dude, I feel like once a good BMX game drops, like, bro, like, what's so weird about these new BMX games is I've been asking my friends that don't ride, hey, did you hear about the new BMX game? They haven't even heard about it, right? The thing about, like, Matt Hoffman Pro BMX rider, and then, like, Dave Mira, you know? Dude, my friends that don't even ride had those games, right? I'm wondering how many people got into BMX just from those games alone. Oh yeah, check out this new backwards ride. This one's fun. Huck, you could probably learn this one too. It's not too hard. So you go up, you do a half bar, you put your leg over here.
I'm just gonna four whip. That was a fun little line. So by the way, I haven't been streaming because my internet got all messed up, so. Let's see, I learned flares at woodwork camp and have an airbag at home that we put my ramp next to it so I can practice them. That's awesome. Yeah, I used to work, you already know, but I used to work at Woodward. I used to drop on skateboards. It was like, wasn't even like related to BMX, it was crazy. That was what was so weird, like, I don't know if you know Chris Sherry, he's like one of the director guys at Woodward West. He put me on to work at Create Escape, so I just drew on people's skateboards all day. It was gnarly though. That job was actually pretty gnarly, because like, you'd have to like manage little kids with spray paint. And it's freaking wild, bro. There were kids stealing each other's boards. They would go to the thing and they'd spray paint each other their stolen boards. I was like, what in the world? I was like, I don't know, it's crazy. Oh, you head to Sarasota next weekend? That's awesome. Have you met any other BMX riders on Twitch? You know Spencer Forsman streams, right? I feel like Spencer's like the only... I feel like literally I only know like 2 BMX riders that stream. It's literally Spencer Forsman. He's like the only one, like... And then there's Empathy for Insects. He's a flatline rider. But there are some other guys that do it, but I never see them online. Let's see here. Those games were made by huge video game developers. Marketed towards kids in the early 2000s before the world was overflooded with millions of games of every type. The new BMX games are made by a 1 to 3 man team with absolutely no marketing. They will never be able to bring BMX games into the mainstream like that again. You met Spencer a few times and Brant Morris stream. Is he streaming on Twitch? Because I know he streams on YouTube a lot. What's weird about my stream is I have more people that don't ride BMX watching these streams than I have BMX riders. It's kind of really, it's absurd actually, but like, I don't play video games. Yeah, I don't really play too many video games at the moment either. The only game I kind of play is like MTG every now and then. I like do a card draw. That's all I kind of do. Huh, what's another trick I want to see? I just feel like inverts. I don't see like kids doing inverts really, right? Inverts, lookbacks. Maybe you should learn like switch 360 lookbacks. You can't stand listening to Brant. Honestly, shout out to Brant. Brant's gnarly. He posts like every day. I wish like the BMX industry had like 1,000 more people like Brant. Like imagine if we like, how crazy would it be if just like there was just like so many more BMX riders just uploading every single day. He kind of reminds me of like, kind of like a Dan Corrigan of like BMX, because just how he uploads every day. I got to watch Terry Adams ride a few weeks ago. Oh, it's crazy. Here, I'll shout out this guy right here. He actually like rides with that guy. He's the other BMX rider that streams on Twitch. You shout him out. Empathy. Yeah, so that guy that I just shouted out right there, he rides BMX too. I think he lives in the same state as Terry. Ren is the reason I started riding. His YouTube channel and the Olympics is how I found out about the sport. Man, that is awesome. Inverts, lookbacks, and moto whips, 3 best looking tricks of all time. If you make 2 of those tricks slick stylish, you're a very talented rider. And I like them tricks up in there.
All right. Well, see if there's free delivery and there's no catch.
But that's what we do. I catch football.
So I landed 2 hitchhiker things today, but can't land it right now. Dude, some of these Japanese riders are gnarly. I'm in New Mexico. I'm kind of in the middle of nowhere. I guess not totally in the middle of nowhere. It's just like the scene, the BMX scene used to be pretty good, like really early on, but a lot of the guys that were really heavy into the scene, they kind of moved away.
Get this up in here. Do 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 do. Yeah, get right outside.
I had Blake's Lottaburger before. The green chili cheeseburger is so good. Have you been out to New Mexico? Have you been to Los Altos, the skate park? I'm going to go check the weather real quick outside. Right back. You been to Woodward West, Huck? A 9-year-old kid. Huck's gnarly, dude. There's like some gnarly new age Japanese kids now. Did your parents ride BMX, Huck? Is that how you got into it? You got into it from your parents, right? I'm assuming that your parents kind of helped you out. Yeah, we drove to Woodward West. Cool. I like Woodward West. I've never been to Woodward East. I don't know how Woodward East is. There's like a lot of believers at Woodward West. That actually, I would actually say like Woodward West, just because I met Dustin Orem, like, because like I worked with Dustin Orem for like 7 months like straight. It's crazy, and just being like kind of like just kind of being around like Dustin's energy, you know, he definitely like was a good influence on the faith and stuff like that. Yeah, Dustin and his family. No, my dad is 50 and my mom is 52. They never rode. They had bikes though. Oh, interesting. It's kind of crazy that your parents let you on Twitch. Are your parents aware that you're on here? I feel like I don't know if you're allowed to even be on here. This is the new writing, by the way. I used to endo here. Like this is how I used to do it, right? Endo, and then get into it. I figured out you could just lift up into it, but it's harder. They brought me to Ray's indoor. Ah, I see. Yeah, that part looked really cool. Look, it's definitely doable because I was doing it earlier. Let's see if we can do a fun chicken whip. Do any Flatlanders wear helmets? Yeah, there's actually one guy that wears a helmet. I think his name on YouTube is... What's his name on YouTube? It's like Flatland Journey or something like that. His lore on like why he wears a helmet is because I think he has like... I don't know if it's like a condition or he got like hurt or something like that, but he can't hit his head, so he actually does wear a helmet. There's actually another dude, his name's Andy Anderson, and Andy Anderson wears a helmet. If you look up, he's a skateboarder, right? But he also does freestyle, and when he does freestyle skateboarding on a skateboard, he also wears a helmet. This is too slow. We need some music. All this music, by the way, what we're listening to is copyright free, so it's kind of weird. I actually listen to more copyright free music than I do normal music now. Let's see here. Let's go to our playlist. What is your favorite trick, Huck? Do you have a favorite trick?
Over 40 million people choose Kroger brand products, making them a true crowd pleaser. And we guarantee you'll love the quality or your money back. So join in and score for...
What about that other young BMX rider, Caden? Is his name Caden Stone? I think his name's Caden Stone, right? Doesn't he have like a YouTube channel? Maybe you should think about doing that. That is probably something. I think that would be a good investment to do if you could ask your parents to do that. Where is the music? You like 720s. Man, I have never done a 720 in my entire life. Ooh, my music ain't loaded. What's your favorite trick, Irad? 4130. I'm probably gonna draw soon here. I'm getting tired. Where's my music movie? I like school with all my friends. I all homeschool me. They're kind of goofy. That is kind of true. Honestly, I guess that is one thing that that like schooling does kind of get you. It kind of gets you into that like social atmosphere. It could be a double-edged sword, though. Caden Cernis, isn't that guy? I'm thinking about the kid that rides for Fit. He's that little kid. For some reason, just not loading. Oh, well, just read about music for now. There it goes. Okay, yeah. I don't know why this isn't loading. Maybe it's because of this one. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see if we do it upside down tail up from this one. I'm going to smooth it right in. Yeah. We'll do the easier writing. That's what I do. I just play music on my phone, and just use the phone provider. Yeah. There we go. I think I'm throttling the internet again. I actually just found out that you could do a hang five one-hander in a circle. Oh, fudge. We gotta learn shin guards. When I was younger, I used to not like shin guards. I used to not like any armor. Like, dude, the shin guards. I would have gotten so many shinners today if I didn't wear these things. Where do you go? Have a good night. Have a fun night. Farewell. Keep shredding, bro. Keep shredding. Keeping motivated people. Get your friends into bikes, bro. That's what you should do, Huck. All your friends tell them to get bikes. He's calling me. Daniel's calling me. I can't take it. Sorry, bro. I slid out. I'm about to go draw here pretty soon. Time to go draw, everybody. I'll try one more hitchhiker and then we'll try one more hitchhiker, see if we get close, and then we're gonna go draw. A close hitchhiker. Nope. What is wrong with me? Man, that balance point is hard. It's either I'm too far forward or too far back. Getting closer to it. It's crazy because I used to just struggle with even getting into this trick. I mean, I landed my first one today, so I'm kind of doing like the cheating ride out. I'm like, I should ride it and then land it. I'm kind of like dragging it on the ground and then landing it. This song's cool. This is from the Garrett Reynolds. This song's copyright free. close one. Why did I do the bar spin? Oh, landed it. Gosh. Oh, that's a close one, huh? Eddie Cleveland. Eddie Cleveland used to be one of my favorite writers. Kind of crazy. Eddie Cleveland used to be one of my favorite writers. He still is. Dude, some of Eddie Cleveland's tricks, like clips, they're so smooth even today when you watch them. The song is called Repent. Oh, I guess we're going to go draw now because I said I was going to draw after a close one. That was a close one. Have a good draw, everybody. I wish I could listen to the edit music. Gather our belongings, we're gonna go draw now. And I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow because I'm gonna go camping, so I'm not streaming it. I'm gonna stream. Got the internet back up, so I'll stream next week or something. I kind of feel like I should leave stuff that doesn't look good.
this. This is what is it? Game soundtrack. Let's plug our PC in, laptop. Plug that in. Plug this in. Plug this in. Squirrel tail. What's a good placeholder we should have while I take a little break? This one's a placeholder for now. Where's my tape at? Oh, there it is. Set all this stuff up. We are going to, let's see here. Put on Dan Corrigan. I'll take a break. I guess I might as well just make this bigger while I take a break, huh?
So I'm a bit of a creature of habit.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a break. I need to wash my face.
Stick to it, and I don't like new stuff. I like something to be a little broken, and like, yeah, if I find something I like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that's a pretty good rule to go on. I have branched out every once in a while trying to find a new shoe, which I haven't found anything besides the Jocelyn that I really, really love. And I think I've tried probably 10 different pairs of shoes. You haven't seen any of them in any videos because I don't go filming in them. I just go skate and check it out, and yeah. Anyways, pretty significant change to my setup in this video, and there was a lot more about it. I'll get into it later in the video because there's a very important part that is missing in this video that I accidentally deleted, but I can just tell you what exactly is going on a bit with that, just a bit with the change and everything like that. But I'm skating with Devin, and a bunch of other people are randomly in the video, and it's fun. All right, here we go. Devin's not wearing a shirt. That's cool. So if he wants to do a line that he's probably not going to try right now, he's probably still. But he wants to trade flip on that, backside clip 5-0 that, and something down this. Ew. When you see something really spicy though, way spicier than anything he's about to do, look at my board. They're deck rails. You won't dodge him. I feel like what's going down switch right now? It's like you're about to fucking kick turn down the stairs to get back to regular. Dude, boardside tricks on that side are kind of scary the way it rolls over. Dude, we played a game of skate earlier. I got Devin, S-K-A-T-E-S-K-A. I had no letters. Okay, he actually didn't beat me, and I got 0 letters on him. But in my defense, once again, no deck rails. How am I supposed to flip this thing? You want me to air drop that to you? Yeah, I got that. That was a great kick up the 5 swing on the 3. just come off the end. You can get out of them. Oh, you were on the 10 people for days. No, she's landed them because we skated La Puente and she did a couple. You did like 10 that day. Yeah, it's easier to get a safety. She's talking about adult feebles. 180 ounce low key weaker.
Alright, let's draw something. Okay, let me get ready. Let's put this to art.
I'll put that back in video slow-mo.
Push this over here.
That's a lie. I like the half-back flip or backside flip up, either or. You're probably wondering earlier, did Devin try to backside flip up and half-cap flip down the stairs and he fell, and then I came in behind him and did backside flip up and half-cap flip down the stairs and somehow didn't clean the 3 stairs but still right away?
This is a very
That did happen earlier. You just have to imagine it, though. He said falling on the ground with my shirt off. Oh, that's what you said. The first way he ordered was like, I just hate falling down. Did you hit a fucking rock and still straight flip out of it?
What is soapy session?
This whole video, all the videos just keep pointing out the fact that I'm decorating someone. So it's basically like another stance for me. Let's do this. I think I'm going fast enough.
My paper at, okay, here we go. See, what I like about Dan is he just films anything. Like, I mean, I guess not anything, but like, I feel like when I'm filming like a video or something outside of streaming, I'm like, I gotta land it, and then I erase everything. But like Dan, he keeps stuff that he doesn't even land. Like he just throws it in there. See, like he'll just do this line and he'll just re-clip it and he just throws it into his YouTube channel. Let's see here. Fruit of the Spirit. Fruit of the Spirit. I don't have enough room on my PC to get the video. I need to actually make this video smaller now. He doesn't even put music in the stuff either. It's like, it's so just like, just raw up in here. Let's see here. What should we do? We're gonna do peace sign. Peace sign girl reading the Bible.
You're trying to guess what they're making? I think it's gonna be
Okay, so these are our materials. We have squirrel tail. We have colored pencil. We have other pencil. And then this pencil, this eraser. We have 4 tools now we are using, everybody. Where's that tape? Oh, there it is.
I would say this watermelon's probably like usually Ralph's is like 5 to 6 out of 10. This is like a 7.5, 8 out of 10. We turned this dinner because I guess we just wanted to. Oh, we're fully iPhoning right now, dude. I haven't had this guy on my channel in a minute. This guy's here all the time. I've done that with a front-facing camera, so I probably didn't film him.
I feel like I kind of just want to just do straight the character, but I'm also going to be thinking a little bit about the perspective, but not too much. I think we're going to like kind of go back into what we were doing earlier. Let me take off this break sign. Alright, break sign. We're going to put the chat in here. Oh yeah, text. Chat bigger, huh?
Don't even act like you're not so hyped on that kickflip back disaster. Little sugar stall, buddy. Come on, touch my knuckles.
I think the other thing that Dan's good at is like Dan's good at making people feel comfortable. Like I think that's actually a skill to have because it is kind of awkward sometimes just filming at a skate park.
Football. Who wins, Mike Tyson or Jake Paul?
And I think that's something that Dan, it seems like Dan's pretty good at that. Alright, what am I doing here? Okay. We're starting with this pencil. Am I on art? I think I am. Okay. Let me change my... Put that over there. Over here.
That one just sticks so bad.
First fruit of his creatures. What should we draw for that?
Are you about to blast off the Jimmy Neutron guy? This a juice day? Yeah.
First fruit of his creatures.
So I guess this is the way it gets before you gotta pump over that. It's not those on
This over here, let that get the light. I just put music on. I'm gonna be honest, I watch these videos because there's good background noise. Like you just throw it up on there and it's just like skate park. This is basically skate park ASMR right here.
That looks like it would've worked. But you can't pop it all out of this kicker. You have to just float.
Yeah, screw it, let's just go into it, right? So how we're gonna start this illustration off, or I guess this bigger drawing character. We're going to start with line of action, proportions. So let's see if we can get our proportions down first.
Oh, you could have done it. Spencer's over here training for the Olympics with the hurdles.
That's too big, darn. Smaller.
Were you screening? Where do you take this at center?
There we go. It's crazy. We just like literally made it just a little bit smaller. It actually fit up in here. That's a pretty cool line right there. I can like that. I'm going to be honest, I think if I was younger, if I lived in an area with smoother ground, I probably would have been a skater.
Yeah, always.
Dang.
That wasn't a scrape, that was a reamer. I don't know if you saw, but this tone chased you down the bank.
Do 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 do. Let's start our line of action. Removable masses. Let's actually bring our proportion out so we remember it. Got our line of action. We're starting with our 3 movable masses. Split that in half. What the? Darn, freaking commercial. Man, the commercials that are just loud are just like, I do not like commercials that are just like, it's like quiet and then it's just like really abruptly loud.
It is surprisingly significant
1, 2, 3,
how
4,
much lighter my board felt. Because when I switched to deck rails, I didn't really notice the weight difference that much. The main thing that I had switching to deck rails was the fear of slipping out on certain slide tricks, which I say when you first set up deck rails, have them closer to the edge of your board because then it's more stable. The further you bring them, kind of the faster it feels like you slide.
This is the last character I did.
I mean, it's like board slide with like different grind combinations, but for the most part, start off with them further out. It's just more sturdy. But the weight I didn't notice at all. I was also a little nervous about feeble grind tricks, like especially front feebles and rails. For some reason, I was scared of them because my deck rails, I guess, the slip out factor. And then I was afraid to land on my board upside down with the deck rails. I thought maybe my foot could catch, and something weird would happen. That has never happened. I skated deck rails now for probably 8 years, maybe, and I've never had that experience. Deck rails, danger-wise, I haven't had any more. I haven't had any significant falls because of the deck rails. And in fact, I don't think I can blame the deck rails for any falls that I've had. The weight difference, I noticed it ever so slightly when I first started it, but by the time the first day was over, I had already forgotten it. Taking them off, though, I noticed it a lot.
This is not
I was like, oh
focused.
man, my board's flipping way easier. And as silly as it sounds, and maybe it's placebo effect as it is, it felt like the middle of my board, even though the middle of my board is obviously lighter now, I felt like I could feel that in specifically 360 flips, the way it would kind of like just felt like it took less effort, and I felt like my flip tricks could go higher if I wanted them to. I felt like I didn't need to try as hard to get into ledge tricks. It was significant. Like skating just felt, I don't know if I just had a good day.
Let's just commit to it. We're committing to this right now.
When I removed my cheat sticks, and I was like, oh man, like maybe I'm gonna start not riding deck rails. And there's a bunch of skating that I did this day that obviously was filmed because we were just kind of all dorking around. But I skated again after this and filmed it and accidentally deleted it. So what happened then was I went to Silverado skate park where the curve was, this black curve that was skating a bunch, and I was doing like, because I was interested about the teeter stuff. In this video you saw I did the board side to hurricane on the round bar first try. Same technique as I would for deck rails. I didn't do like a nollie to hurricane, like a shuffle thing. I just went on my heels and tilted it in. It worked just fine. Did it take a little bit deeper of a dig with my heels? A bit. I mean, I didn't really notice it then, but I noticed it the next day on stuff that I didn't film. So on the curve, I was doing...
Okay, let's go back to this one. We have that committed. We're not going to change it in terms of... I can't really erase that now.
Boardside hurricanes, front board front hurricanes. I played with all of those variations. I just set up my phone as a tripod. I did them all a couple times. Got used to doing boardside tricks without the deck rails, and it felt great. It felt fine. But it was harder for those specific tricks. Railies also felt different, but for some weird reason they felt easier. I don't know if the plastic absorbs the smack of a railie more than the windboard does, or it's more bouncy. So even though the deck rails make it so you have less to clear over your wheels, it felt harder to do railies with deck rails. Like in hindsight, I feel like that might be also placebo effect, but I don't know. A wooden board bouncing off something felt like it was a little bit better. There's all these things that were like check marks where like I should start taking my deck rails off because I think I would actually be a little bit better at skating. And I'm still on the fence about this because the following day is when I filmed that new skate park in West Covina that has like the flat bar made out of the railroad track. I don't know if you saw that. It's like 6 videos ago or something like that. The thumbnail's a skateboard sitting on a flat bar. But anyways, I put the deck rails back on that because not that I panicked, but I was like, oh, I'm gonna actually try to like skate good today. Let me just skate what I'm used to, and I put the deck rails back on my board, and my board did feel significantly heavier this time. So this time I put the deck rails back on. I was like, oh man, my board's heavy. But just from board sliding the flat bar and doing just like certain tricks, I like the way that Smith grinds on ledges feel with the deck rails. Because even though you can't dip as far, it has like less friction. Bible grinds on ledges, I kind of like deck rails less for Bible grinds on ledges. But as I'm like going down the line and going through every type of skateboarding that I like especially with what I'm trying to do with skating right now, and I'm trying to like start jumping a little bit more and blah 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 blah. I've been less YouTube skateboard brained and more like video park skateboarding brained lately. Like going to the skate park and trying to like figure out some tricks. I'm like, oh yeah, I want to focus at this spot, which I haven't done in a little while. I might actually commit to taking off the deck rails. So they're back on right now. I am currently riding deck rails. The other thing is there's about to be another change to my board though. Like there's about to be a like maybe even I don't know about more significant, but a different change to my board that's a really big deal. I don't know why my nose is so itchy today. But anyways, I don't know if I want to have deck rails off and this new change, so we'll see. Also, this new change might level out the deck rails, this thing that's happening with my board that we'll find out. I mean, I don't know if I'm committing to this either. It's just something else that I'm trying, and I don't know how many videos from now. But there's this thing, and you'll see, which I'm really excited about. But I think for my next board, I'm not positive, and it'll be a couple videos from now, I might stop riding deck rails again to really see if that's what I want to do. I never imagined that I would ever go back to not riding deck rails. The only tricks that
Should I just have the bike right here, the bike in the front? I might have the bike in the front, actually.
Board slides and front boards, which is actually one of my favorite feelings on a skateboard. And then like the board slide grind combo stuff. Aside from that, it's more fun. I do think the deck rails more fun, and I do like it. Kind of can let you get into more funky spots. Also, curb skating. It's not out the window, but it's like dude, curves with deck rails. It's 20 times funner. You can skate a curve without deck rails. It's possible. It's just significantly less fun. Nothing is as satisfying to me personally, my objective opinion, as like an 80-foot front board. Like I think that feels so cool. Or doing like a super long board slide and like just switching your grind to your going and being able to put your arms down and be like, whoa, this is like a crazy feeling. But other than the fun factor, it's kind of like they're cheat sticks, right? Like you look at them and like, oh, that's cheap. But in actuality, the more I think about it, I think it kind of makes skating harder for everything with board slides, which is kind of a fair trade-off, or at least it has been.
I don't know where to put the bike.
The majority of my life, so I don't know. I might stick with deck rails. Like even as I'm filming this video, I'm still like back and forth in my head. But I will definitely skate one more complete board start to finish without deck rails before I make my final decision. But also when I switch this other board thing, I will definitely put deck rails on that board, get used to it with the deck rails, and then maybe take them off and see. Because that might be the perfect counterbalance with this other board. We'll see. It's a whole, I don't know. You know, like a new thing's always fun at first, and then we finally get used to it, then you can kind of weigh it out. I feel like that's where I am with the deck rail. And I recommend that everyone should have a deck rail setup, or at least skate like a board with deck rails for like a couple boards lifespans to get a feel for it, to see if they actually like it, because you'd be surprised. Some people,
Maybe I'll just put some music on.
I think I was going to like.
What should we watch? I think I'm just going to put on the... I need to stop thinking. Just going to watch the Flatman stream. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could watch... Yeah, let's watch that one. Just know it's... Yeah. Just easy. I don't know nothing. Oh, yeah, then I'll listen to some music. Where is my drawing music playlist? There it is. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Should we commit to this stuff? We're committed to it. See, I honestly feel like this pencil's like the double-edged sword. It's like, this pencil has given me so much frustration, but also this pencil just gets me to just finish things. What is it? Sharp. Take that part off. Freaking cracked it somehow. I thought this was on. I'm juggling videos right now. Okay, let's go.
I need to take this one out. This one we're taking from the playlist. That one's just out of. We ain't taking that one.
Hi, this is Shamor, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich
Commercial.
From the studio that brought you how to
Mess me up.
bloating and discomfort
commercial.
don't have to be routine. Everything changes.
Okay, I can't listen to this anymore. This entry's ridiculous. Redonkulous, man. Playlists.
I need a different one. It's not working very good. Let's just keep using it. I have a different clip one. There we go, that's better. I kind of wonder, like, it'd be very interesting to see, like, what type of video game would, like, Believers make, right? That's what I'm curious of. Let's do that. I guess we'll just. I feel like this character. I mean, I do so many characters with a floating shield. I don't know if I want to do this. There's so many characters with a floating shield. What was that? Did he just do it backwards, Manuel? Wow. Dude, what a crazy clip. I didn't know you could do that. So that is a regular Smith. Regular Smith. I didn't know you could do regular Smith to regular 180 backwards manual. What? Dude, that clip is crazy. Dude, Grant's the only person I've ever seen do that. I feel like. What an amazing... Dude, that was a solid clip right there. I really like that. Wow, that's a good clip right there too. Smith, I didn't know, man. Smith to hang 5 on the top ledge. Run out of steam. I gotta keep going. Okay, we need some different music. I need like role-playing game music to finish this off. I'm going to BMX Streets. I need to eat. I want to eat because I'm freaking hungry.
Man, that was gnarly. That was a freaking double tail up Canadian jam. Holy moly, bro. I've never seen anybody do that except Dave Osado. I'll make it a flat one, but nah, I like drum breaks. Maybe let's just have a straight cable. Clean it up. Bring out the squirrel tail. Dude, the squirrel tail works so good. This is such a rare item right here, I feel like. The squirrel tail. Alright, let's draw this back. Where's my scrap paper? Here it is. Alright, let's focus. Oh, it's bent it. Fudge. I like starting with the stem for some reason. It's probably like, what, a 48 millimeter stem?
Let's draw the sect forks. I guess these forks are a little off, but push this out. It's a little too close, huh? These almost look like carbon bars. I've actually been thinking about, I kind of want to like try them out, but there's no way. I'd definitely break those things. There's a weight limit. It's actually kind of strange. If you look at like racing carbon bars, there's like a weight limit. Not in the frame, am I? Just keep it like that, I guess. Kind of going more like George DeSantos, kind of. Just there's been some writers coming up with that are running the 4-peg straight cable. I know. Been seeing some. There's that one guy. I think he's from Chicago. Does amazing foofanews. He does like switch ice picks to like crazy like foofs and stuff, like Street Rider too. We got Danny Hankerson right up in here. Man, dude, that line was crazy. 180 tail tap to cab bar spin on his spine? To be honest, I've never seen anybody do that in real life. These bars are sketchy, aren't they? Bars are kind of hard to draw. Like this geometry right here is very hard. This bend right here, I feel like I have trouble a lot. These bends are actually very hard to draw. These bends and then these bends right here. I'm like trying to watch this BMX video while drawing at the same time. This is a really old video too. I like drawing brake levers. Brake levers are just fun. It's like a mixture of like a Tech 77 lever and like kind of like a Fly Bikes lever. Put some bar ends. Man, that ramp was gnarly, dude. The freaking T1 ramp, dude. I'm surprised no one's just made a replica of that ramp. Okay, let's stay focused. Let's see, we got, these look like some pretty tall bars. These are probably like, these are probably about like 9, maybe 9.25, 48 millimeter stem. Actually, this stem looks a little bit smaller. Might be like a 40, yeah, it looks like kind of like a 40 millimeter stem. That kind of looks like maybe 25 offset. Put a gusset right here. Bad, everybody, my welds are a little shoddy. So fun drawing bikes. It's like I get to make my own geometry. Honestly, this is an 18.5 frame. That's, if I could have a frame, man, I want to try like a super small frame. I think it would make cliffhangers way easier. I've been noticing there's like some of these gnarly, the guy that won X Games, he's running an 18 point, I think he's running, yeah, he's running an 18.5 custom titanium frame. Put a gusset right here. These two tubes don't look the same. I feel like this is kind of the hard part about drawing bikes too. It's hard to like get these tubes to see how this one actually looks a little bigger than that one. That's actually kind of another hard part about the bikes. I need to put this on shuffle. It's not on shuffle. She got a vine cable. Are you connected to the vine? Put a cross right here. Let's honor it to the Lord. Not bad, Lord. This one bike's a little shoddy. Sprocket's gonna be kind of hard. I'm just gonna do a flat sprocket. I don't know what this thing's called. Was just a cable houser thing? I know this is the straddle cable. The brakes are so fun to draw. I like drawing brakes. Man, there's been a lot of bot people up in here, huh? There have been a lot of bots up in here. What are we gonna listen to now? But we need more copyright-free music up in here. Rail seat. Oh, that seat's kind of sketchy. Oh well. Darn, I need to fix that tube. That does not suffice. Take out our squirrel tail. The rare item, the squirrel tail. Kind of funny, I've actually been using it a lot. I got the dummy down sticker for palm thing. Should put a little Easter egg to the only company that's hooked it up, besides Golden Days. What is that? What the? Sometimes I ask the Lord, I just go, man, out of all the companies, why is that the only company that's hooked it up? Sometimes I wonder if God just thinks it's funny. You just... I've asked a lot. I go, Lord, why out of all the companies? Like, it could have been any company. The only one so far. Besides Golden Days. That's kind of more like a bike shop, though. I need to take this out of the playlist. This is a song. Oh, George DeSantos, bro. This is why this is my inspiration for this bike right here. This guy right here. It's weird. I bring up George DeSantos and like nobody like, I don't know. When I watched freaking Can I Eat when I was younger, I was like, dude, I like George DeSantos part because I like George DeSantos because he had the chill song, bro. Everybody else had like this hardcore rap song. George DeSantis had like a chill song. Not saying I didn't like the rap songs, but I feel like it was just very weird. Like it'd be like really like it was right after Lino Gonzalez's part, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it was in between some. This part's kind of hard. Oops, man. Wheels are hard. Wheels are another hard thing to draw. Those things are hard to draw. This character's pretty solid, though. I'm kind of digging it. Let's draw the Bible. Put a Bible verse. Call it a day. Maybe put some animals in it or something. Who's next? Holy moly, look at that trick right there. You know how hard that thing is to do? How many whips did that dude just do? Dude, that trick is freaking hard, bro. Oh my goodness. Shout out to anybody that could do that trick right there. How many whips did he do? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my goodness, bro. That was a straight 7 whip right there, bro. That is a rare trick. You do not see that every day. Just someone just busting out a 7 whip. The Bible for the Lord. Let's honor our first fruits to the Lord, our produce. Really makes me think, what does the produce mean? It says something about like, of all that we produce. Okay, let's roll this across. Welcome to BMX Bible Adventures, where you can be a part of the story, where we go into the Great Commission, into the lands, to go and bring glory to the Lord, and to make disciples of all nations. Now the question becomes, what role do you play in the grand scheme of things? This is the Bible module for BMX streets. Funny. People, I just think I'm crazy. That's a crazy individual right there. bear fruit for the Lord. Let's plant seeds for the Lord of hosts, the Lord of the harvest. Let us learn to steward everything for the Lord. I gotta put a peace sign somewhere. I'm gonna put a peace sign on these boots because we're supposed to like promote peace or something. Oh, I could put a peace sign right here. There we go. This song's hilarious. It's like a freaking caveman song. Pretty solid. I like it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Do do do, do 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 do, do do do, do 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 do, do do do, do 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 do. Let's draw a little monkey right here. Or should we draw a sword? I feel like I always do the floating sword. Could put a floating shield right there. I always do that though. I'm almost like burnt out of putting the floating shield. Just put a little animal right here. Little monkey. I bet he has a little seed. really see this little squirrel, but some say the lore behind squirrels is that they are known to plant seeds. I want to put like a cross bracelet on, but I don't know. Maybe that might actually be kind of cool. Like, what about we have like a seed bracelet? Did somebody say something? I don't know. I kind of want to just put a giant cross in the background. Let's just fully just honor it to the Lord. I don't know, I've been doing that a lot lately. I don't know if I should do that. No, we've been doing that too much, just putting the cross in the background. What should we put back here? I guess we should just put a Bible verse. I guess we could do the fruit of the Spirit. Yeah. Or the vine. Connected to the vine. I guess I should put a little heart somewhere. Might do the fruit of the Spirit, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. That's Galatians 5:22 through 23. My Bible. Or actually, maybe we should put a peace verse. A couple peace verses up in here. Maybe boots of the. I think we'll do the fruit of the Spirit. Let's actually look at that vine verse. I know there's a vine verse. Vine Bible verses. Let's look at Vine Bible verses. John 15:1 through 27. I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine dresser. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away. And every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes that it may bear more fruit. Already you are clean because of the word that I have spoken to you. Abide in me, and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit by itself, unless it abides in the vine. Neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. Whoever abides in me and I in him, he is that bears much fruit, for apart from me you can do nothing. Maybe this one right here. John 15:2. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he prunes. And every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so that it may bear more fruit. What about we, we could put like a plant or something and then have it like cut and then, so it's like maybe like the worldly plant and then it's cut and then now it's growing from the word. Maybe that might be it. Maybe? Let me think about this. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, maybe that might work, right? Like, let's have it, like, go down like this. Yeah, because then it's like the word is growing. All right, we're committing to it. No going back now. I'm wondering if I should put that verse in there. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away, and every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes that it may bear more fruit. Yeah. I think that's the verse we're going to put in. Because that's a very interesting verse right there. Yeah, I guess this one is more viney. Because we have the vine right here. We have the vine right here. We have this vine. There's vines everywhere. Put more little leaves right up in this one. Yeah, let's put that one in there. Maybe we could put a couple verses in here. Let me think. No, I'll just put John 15:2. Yeah, I'll put John 15:2. What in the world is this guy doing? Joel's a trip, dude. I'm gonna be honest, I guess I've never seen anybody do that. Look at this guy. What in the world is this guy on, bro? No way, I forgot he does that. That's so hilarious. Bro, there's some combos up in there. This is his wall video. Bro. What are you gonna do? What in the world is this guy on? This guy is crazy, dude. This guy's so underrated. This guy's a very underrated writer, but that stuff's hard. Okay, we'll do John 15:2. Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do. let's write this. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit. He takes away. Comma. And every branch I almost spelled every wrong. Every branch that does bear fruit does bear fruit, he prunes. Wait a minute, let's see. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away, comma. Every branch that does not bear fruit, that does bear fruit. Okay, I almost spelled it wrong. Fruit he prunes. Comma, that it may bear more fruit. John 15:2.
Does that look weird? I feel like that kind of looks weird, but I feel like that makes sense though. What is Joel doing up in here? You guys are starting a journey. Oh, it's one of my favorite writers right here, Dave Smith. Let's actually listen to this is actually copyright free. Let's listen to it. Let's watch it in its entirety, because this is one of my favorite BMX videos. Take off the chat real quick. We're gonna watch this in its entirety. This is one of my favorite BMX videos. This is one of the first Flatlanders I actually looked up when I got into Flatland because I was living in Long Beach and they're talking about this guy. If I never went to Long Beach, I feel like I never would have even heard about this dude.
I was always riding like BMX bikes, jumping curbs and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff is when that movie Rad came out, and then seeing like commercials and stuff with people doing tricks with bikes and stuff. Just got into it that way. And then my dad met Jeff Cotter and Ron McCoy and those guys riding at Lakeland Mall once and introduced me to them. And that's when I really started learning stuff, hanging out with people that were better than I was. Been riding in Long Beach, Belmont Shore. I've been living in Long Beach too long, man. It's just wild. Just I've been living in that area for so long. Most of the time I ride by myself. Ed Neswell moved down by the house, so like I see him every now and again riding, you know. And then every now and again I might ride with Stefan Sarah, or that's it pretty much. There's Eric Stefano, maybe. But not a whole lot, you know. Most of the time it's just by myself. I always kept to myself growing up, so I never really hung out with too many people. There's no particular reason why I ride, except for I like the fact that I like to ride, you know? And that's pretty much it. Just liking to ride and like spending time alone.
Man, it's crazy. He grabs his crossbar and lands it like that. Ugh. I need to learn that trick there. To secret. How does he do that so easy? Dude, he's like a master at the double foot stuff. It's crazy. That's crazy. He learned this hang 10 secret with both of his hands. Dude, this combo is so crazy. I can only do the steamroller and the hang 5. I guess double-handed steamroller. Man, that combo is crazy right there. Dude, this just looks like some sort of alien bike riding, bro. You do not see that, like, a lot. That's crazy. Like, I've never seen anybody do that in front of me in real life. He's running 18.75 frame right there. That's kind of funny because I drew this frame pretty small. Man, what is this guy on, bro? This is crazy. This guy's insane. Dude, that's like a freaking 2-minute freaking combo right there. Oh, he hacked it. That was a 5 set of that, like, that's like a 5 set of that, like, 5-7 point combo right there. It's insane. Anyway, I think we're about done on this drawing, so that video is crazy. One of my favorite BMX videos. Put her signature in here and we'll call it a day. Let's put on the wood thing, and we will call it a day. Get this homeless man. The homeless shepherd. This one almost seems like the complete opposite. It's so funny. I guess we have believers everywhere. We got homeless believers. We got believers everywhere. Hopefully, I guess not everywhere, but that's what we're going for. We're going to try and make disciples of all nations, so we're going to every country, boys and girls. Put this on here. And put the music back on. What music should we listen to for the ending? Let's just listen to this, I guess. Okay. Let me put on this song, actually. This song's always just funny. Actually, let's put on... Let me end it with a good one. Let's see. Let's go to our playlist. Let's go to our drawing music. And... let's see here. Let's go to this one. Actually, let's go to this one. This is a good song.
We're making a big change.
Well, everybody, looks like we're at the end of the stream today. This is the illustration that we got done on today's stream. Let's get some close-ups. Inspired by John 15:2. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit he takes away,
And every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes that it may bear more fruit. We got this bike up in here, the BMX bike. Straight cable this time, like a vine straight cable. I've been trying to draw the happier characters. Got a little halo, a little peace sign, a little cross necklace. He's wearing a little bit of chainmail. We got the leaf pack with the vine belt, little patch. Doesn't have perfect clothes or anything. And this is actually something I haven't done too much. We're getting into some like leaf shin guards. This is good. This is a good part up in here. We got the Bible. We got a little heart for the fruit. And then I tried to make it look like it was like this is the same plant, but it got pruned. And we got this little monkey right here growing a little plant. He has a little seed right there. And then we also have the peace sign for kind of like the armor of God. The boots of the gospel of peace. Called to seek after peace, so. And right now we're gonna get the thumbnail. I'll get the thumbnail by the way. Trying to get it to where it like, pretty good thumbnail. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, everybody, that concludes today's stream. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. We're actually going to go camping tomorrow, so fortunately we're not going to be able to stream out there, but probably next week we'll start back up the streams. Hopefully the internet hasn't cut out today, so we're hoping that it keeps going. And we gotta hear everybody. Thanks for anybody that tuned in, and try your best and have fun, and let's give glory to the Lord. All glory to the Lord. Peace out, everybody.